All right, hello everyone, and welcome to Sinful Gaming. I hope the sound is working properly now. Please work properly. But thank you all for coming and joining. Hope you're all. Yeah, it's working. Sound is working. Awesome. Oh, no idea how happy that makes me that sound is working. So we will get cracking onto it then. Hope you're all doing well. If you're in the chat, say hello. We're going to be working on some Cities of Sigmar models, namely a lot of Darkling Covenants. And yeah, let us know what you've been working on in the chat below. The brushes. We should already have them, but. And tonight we're powered by Mother Energy Drink. So I've been working on these executioners, got their cloaks black and just really strong highlights. Now we're just going to do some layering and highlights on these, and they're going to be done. And then we've got a unit of 20 Blackguard we're going to get working on after this as well. So let's get cracking on. Bring up my color schemes. Yeah, hope everyone's been well. I haven't done a hobby stream for a little while, actually. So we do need corn red once more. This will be to start layering everything that we've got. Yeah, so I hope you're all doing well. I got it. I love Twitch freaking things. I'm going to delete some random Twitch comment. Dear. How are we, George? Hope you're doing well, buddy. How is everyone this evening? Hey, Babed in Bile, nice to see you there, man. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Been getting along on those good old flesh eater courts lately. Saw you post some stuff before on them. How is everyone this evening, though? Slowly making. Oh, nice. I look forward to being able to smash out some Warcry games with you, man. Be a good bit of fun. Yeah, smash out me some executioners, and then we'll start working on the Blackguard after this. Yeah, Dark Elves, man. Good old executioners. They're giant as swords that do not have rend. Yeah, so you should be able to stream for a decent amount of time tonight. Last night of lockdown here in Adelaide, so is what it is. Got some more Dark Elves to go choppy with. yeah. Has anyone had a chance to check out any of the Broken Realms? Or rather, what are we looking forward to this coming weekend at the reveals? What do we hope we're going to see at the reveals this weekend for Age of Sigmar? Or for 40k, whatever you want. What are you hoping to see at these reveals in the coming weekend? What am I thinking? Well, I would assume we're going to see whatever's coming next for Broken Realms. I would assume that we're going to see the next one. And we'll probably see another Warcry Warband, I would say. Maybe we'll see the full reveal of the Seraphon one. And maybe we'll see what your helm was running from. Yeah, knowing that the Death Guard book is around the corner, I would almost guarantee that Decay is talking about Death Guard, which is fine. Like, I mean, as much as you want it, but it means that we probably know that like we're not expecting Nurgle, which is fine. I mean, being able to rub something off is as good as being able to put something on the maybe pile. But yeah, I think we might get 2 Age of Sigmar reveals. We might see whatever Johan was running from, and we might see whatever the Decadence is. Maybe we'll see some Slaanesh models. That'd be really cool. I think the tipping point to crack open my Shadow and Pain box to actually get going on it. But some Age of Sigmar Nurgle stuff would definitely be in the cool pile for me. We're just doing the highlights of Rakarth Flesh on the mask the executioners wear. Yeah, Blood Bowl looks really cool. I have a Skaven Blood Bowl team that I really want to finish painting up. It was put on my lockdown pile, but as we know, lockdown's not going to be as long, so it might take a little bit longer to punch it out. But I am definitely keen to get a Skaven Blood Bowl team painted up. Might even get the Wood Elf team. Might chat to our friendly local game store and see if he can get some in. But I've got a little bit of Digimon cards to buy first off him. And yes, you heard that right. I'm going full nerd. I'm buying that Digimon card game. I mean, if I wasn't already full nerd, I'm going card game nerd, buying a card game. But it looks pretty fun, and I love Digimon, so that'll be fun to sort of muck around with. Yeah, and wherever you're watching from, please say hello and let us know what you've been up to hobby-wise, or what you plan to get up to hobby-wise on the weekend. Yeah, Digimon was always my jam. I'm a big fan of like Pokemon and Digimon. I enjoyed both, but Digimon was always the one for me that connected the most. I really enjoyed Digimon a lot as a kid. And so yeah, I'm keen to give the game a go. It's nice and simple. It's got some cool little tactical nous to it. It's not quite as simple as say Pokemon cards. Nowhere near as complex as like Magic. Oh, second Cygor. I mean, Bongo, that's awesome, man. It's good to see you again, Bongo, by the way. I haven't seen you in a little bit. I'm glad to see you. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Be interesting to see if Beast of Chaos get anything in Broken Realms. Be really interesting to see. They get something. I wonder what they get. What do we reckon Beast of Chaos would get if they got some stuff for Broken Realms? What would they get? I would hope for some monster traits. I think that would be my first thought to go. Give some monster traits to make like cockatrices and Cygors and Gorgons and Chaos Gargants, all that sort of stuff. Monster traits for all of them. I reckon that would be my first fix to all of them. Give monsters monster traits. Allow you to take some monster traits. Wolf Paws, how are we, mate? I am doing well. Hope you're doing well as well, mate. Newer Centigores, yeah. No, that's definitely a good shout there, Bongo. Now, I will point out that we received like next to no new models for Marathi. Like, that's not saying we might not see new models, but it's a lot less likely to see new models. If we're going to see models going on what Psychic Awakening did, we saw like very important characters in the series, but we didn't really see new models. So we might see some cool new character models. So maybe we'd get like a Centaur hero. That would be cool. I mean, if we got Centaur hero and Centaurs as a plastic kit, that would just be amazing. Lockdown's going okay, Wolf Paws. So it's an interesting story in South Australia. We're about to go out of lockdown. We've been in lockdown for 3 days. We will be out soon enough. So it turns out that someone lied to the health officials, and they weren't in fact a customer contact. They were a restaurant contact. So what happened is this big cluster broke out, and it infected this pizza bar. Now, this pizza bar, lots of the staff ended up getting infectious, getting the infection or disease or whatever you want to call it, getting COVID. And then so they then had this staff member that said they were a customer and got it, but in fact they were a worker. So instead of being like a customer, so it's not like passed on off to customers at that restaurant, it's now only currently on restaurant staff, if that makes sense. So it's not another ring outside the restaurant. It's just the restaurant and the ring outside the restaurant, not the ring outside the ring outside of the restaurant, not the customer's close contact. So it's still just the restaurant workers' close contacts that need to be isolated, not the restaurant and all customers' close contacts. So yeah, I've never seen a politician get on stage and address a press conference with such a scathing look on their face of just anger. Like, you watch that and you saw the premier of my state want to strangle someone. Like, he was just so mad. I mean, and we went into the right decision. We went into a quick lockdown to really eliminate it. But it turns out that it was all a lie. That, the person had lied about the lockdown. Well, about their case being a customer, not a worker, and as thus just caused the state to go on lockdown. There's now police guard outside that restaurant because people want to burn it down. But yeah, so I'm almost a little disappointed. I know this is so selfish, but me and the wife both work, and so both of us being home at the same time with the kids is rare. We get maybe a week, a day, a fortnight where we're both home for a prolonged period of time. And it's just been nice being able to be home with the wife and the kids, the whole family together. We've made proper lunch. We've made proper dinner together. It's been nice just to be able to have that. So, yeah, lockdown wasn't all bad. So, yeah, that's how lockdown's going. Sorry for the complete offshoot tangent. So, what about everyone else? How are you all going around the world? Like, I know we've got a few places all over the world. How are you all doing? I hope you're all doing really well, staying safe, staying healthy, and all that jazz. Yeah, it sounds horrible, but the fact that Melbourne did so poorly at the start of its lockdown really, I think, made sure our politicians, police, and just the general and health officials and all that sort of stuff really didn't let it play out long. Like, I think that's how it's all gone. It's almost gone like, no, we cannot have that happen. It's a bit of a wake-up call that, like, no matter how well you think you're doing in this, though, that it could change at the drop of a hat. Oh, well, that's really good to hear, Bongo. I'm really happy, and I hope it does for you, mate. Because because that was like the big reason we went down into such a harsh lockdown here, is that we wanted Christmas. And I hope everyone's lockdowns can be safe enough for them to at least have their important family. Like, you might not get to spend Christmas with like all your extended family, but at least if your family can gather in, you can have your parents, your brother and all that around, or whatever, your siblings and parents around, and your grandparents, like that smaller family will be nice. I really hope that can happen for a lot of people. Yeah. Oh, I assumed you meant December anyway, seeing as that's next month. But yeah, I really hope that it can for you, mate. I'm not sure. I believe England's cases are going down, but I don't know. Bongo, you will probably have better information on that than I will. Yeah. So yeah, what else is happening? So you're just starting work on a new cycle. What are you hoping to work on after that, or what is the cycle for? Do you have a list that you're building, or do you just really like that model and just want to paint it? Why my camera lost focus terribly? My camera's focus just went absolutely nuts then. Whoops. No idea why that happened. What part of England are you from, Bongo? You down London way, or? Oh, cool. Oh, nice. Massive target for your friend's cell star. So yeah, just sort of like a distraction kind of effect sort of role. sort of see my paint scheme down there. You too, bathed in bile. Have a good night, man. Stay safe, and we'll talk about getting some games in soon. Almost done these masks. I'll go around and highlight some of the cloth. We'll highlight the black. Hey, Nate. Nice to see you there, man. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Of course I'm painting Dark Elves. Why would I not? All the better to murder people with. Like, what made you think I would not be painting Dark Elves at the moment? Dark Elves are the second best elves after Wood Elves. Wood Elves are the best elves. I will happily admit that Dark Elves are second best. Wood Elves are the best elves. And the best of all the second best Dark Elves are, of course, Scourge Privateers. Although Scourge Privateers are technically, they are S tier elves, so they rank even above tier 1 elves like Wood Elves. So that's how the S tier Scourge Privateers, tier 1 is Wood Elves, tier 2 is the rest of Dark Elves, tier 2.5 is all the other cool and new elves, so Lumineth, Ideneth, and then definitely tier 3 is High Elves, and tier like F is everything Dwarden. I say that as I have like 3,000 points of Caradron Overlords and Fire Slayers, and got a mate currently painting up a Warhammer Fantasy army of dwarves. It's going to go well with my Wood Elves, and we're going to do a Warhammer Fantasy campaign of the Battle of Pine Crags. But everyone should know by now. I love everything Warhammer, and I will just continue to paint everything Warhammer forever. Oh, Daughters of Cain, but what else themed? So you're going to give them like all like bright orange hair and do them like War Dancer themed? Because that's how you should definitely do a Daughters of Cain army if you're doing them Wood Elves. They should definitely all be War Dancers. Yeah, Caradron Overlords are not steampunk, they are Aetherpunk. Because they have Aether Gold. Because Aethers. It's just a thing. In the lore, all their stuff's like Aether Mist and Aether Gold, so they're Aetherpunk is their theme. But yeah, I really do like Caradron Overlords. I think they're the army more than anything that show how far we can go with Age of Sigmar. Like, you've got on one end you have probably the Lumineth, to be honest. Like, I know you've got the Cow Mountains, but the base troops of the Lumineth are so standard fantasy, the Venari. So standard fantasy, elf mage, elf spearman, elf archer, like elf cavalry, standard stuff. And then on the other far end of the spectrum, you have Caradron Overlords. And things like even weird things like Idoneth Deepkin. And I really love the Age of Sigmar. The cool thing about it is because it's got these massive realms, nothing is impossible. You can have these weird, wondrous, and wacky armies. Yeah, like I think it's the thing that like Age of Sigmar is just open to everything. Yeah, there weren't really any normal. I mean, Daughters of Cain, you could go witch elves are pretty normal. Like yeah, the bloodthirsty elves and that they are very, I guess, standard troops. And probably before that, they were probably the most standard troop. Gloomspike kits are amazing to paint. I thoroughly enjoyed painting my Gloomspike kits during lockdown 1. Yeah, so what I did to get color into my Gloomspikes, and yes, I have black Gloomspike, I made sure that different types of mushrooms were different colors throughout the army, but I kept with that theme for each particular type of mushroom. So all my very long, silky mushrooms were like the same color. all my toadstools were the same color. All my round, like you'd almost say, like portobello style mushrooms were one color. No, you wouldn't expect witch elves to do that like normal stuff. But like, I guess what I meant is they're normal. They are just elves that are just a little bit bloodthirsty. Give me a sec. So get all these nice little highlights done. We can finish up these executioners, and we can start moving on to the blackguard after this. No worries, Wolf Wars. Have a good night, man. Don't keep the other half waiting. I do want to get back to painting some more Gloom Spite. I've got like an unbuilt Lunkus box sitting there. Just staring at me. Yeah, it's pretty late in Australia. It's 10 here at the moment. I am a night owl though. It's also the last day of lockdown. Well, tomorrow's the last day of lockdown, so I've only got a limited amount of time to get painting in. So we're gonna have a decent painting session tonight. Huh. 11:30 a.m. in Essex. Nice. No worries, Nate. Have a good night, man. I will catch up with you soon. We catch up for some hobby or some gaming soon, mate. Have a good night, mate. You could end up in Australia, man. We have a great Warhammer community here. I mean, we do have the largest Age of Sigmar event in the world. Just casually saying, in CanCon. I would expect you to have a pretty good Warhammer community in England. Like, if you didn't, there's something wrong. Yeah, ask the others before. What are you most looking forward to from Broker and well, what are you hoping for from this upcoming reveal tomorrow night? Um, what are people most looking forward to? Oh, nice, Whaling Games. That's pretty cool. Yeah, Michael. Mikal or Michael? Is it Michael or is it Mikal or Mitchell? Mitchell. Your name has stumped me, buddy, but we'll go Gantner because I can say that. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Gantner. And now I'm going to be wrong on that. But yeah, Slaanesh models is definitely something I would love to see. Talking about that before on how I think that's probably one of the ones I think I'm most hopeful to see, most wanting to see. I just picked up Shadow and Pain that's sitting over there unbuilt. I really want to get working on those Slaanesh models. I really, yeah, it's definitely going to be a project that I'm going to work on soon. Is getting a Slaanesh army done up, much more mortal focused. If we do get Slaanesh models, what would you like to see for those Slaanesh models? You're from Poland. Nice. Good to see lots of different countries coming over and watching. I'm going to go. We could. Nah. I like to try and get people's names right. I mean, I have the easiest name ever to say. Like, I don't think anyone in any country can ever get my name wrong when you have a name like Luke Stone. You have like a saint's name, one of the most common names in England, and then literally Stone as in a stone. Can't get much more like basic name than mine. But yeah, Slaanesh Mortals. What would you like to see from a Slaanesh Mortal army? Do you want to see just like a lot of the Daemon things we had, but variations of them in like Mortals? So obviously like a foot troop and like chariots just with Mortals on them? Or would you like to see different things? I'm going to bring this down here, I think, because that's where the issue is with my It doesn't like when my hand goes fully across it. I used to work with a girl that was from Poland, though. One of the waitresses I used to work with at my old work. She'd come over from Poland. She loved it. Oh yeah, like I think that's where everyone wants like a better word. Leather daddies is the way to put them. But I like to see. I like where that Lord of Pain's gone. I'm like, Slaanesh is so much more than what people think of Slaanesh. What people think of when they think of Slaanesh. I think there's some really cool alleys they can go down and explore. We're going to call the execution is done. Morning, Soren. Lovely to see you, mate. Now it's time to get working on some Blackguard. I love that. They're actually sorry. Dog barking at something for some reason. They're Dog is barking at something. Anyway, in one of the old Warhammer Fantasy 3rd edition RPG books, the Slaanesh campaign you got to play was a book based on every one of the gods, and there was a Slaanesh mission pack you could go do, and that was actually investigating like this plot, and they were actually like cannibal Slaanesh people that were like feasting on like all the finest tasting meats, and it ended up being, you know, like human and elf and dwarf and halfling, and yeah, effectively turned into cannibals, and they were these big gluttonous monsters, which I thought was a really cool take on Slaanesh. I've always liked that. Always sort of draws me back, very similar to what you just said, Soren. So yeah, we're just gonna start with their black cloaks, getting the black on all of them, get all their base colors nice and done, and then we can start working our way through washing them, and then get up to highlights. Yeah, Malekith Shadow Elves, or Malarian as he is now. They would be great. I think they're probably in the end game of this all. Be interesting because he was helping his, like, we had the short story of Malarian for Malign Sorcery or Malign Portents, one of them anyway. And it was like him helping his mother. Like both of them were taking extra souls. He was taking extra souls as well. So, and also like he's actually spying on Sigmar with the gladiatorium that he gave Sigmar. So it'd be interesting to see how he plays into all of this. Definitely be interesting to see where they go with him. I mean, he's one of sort of like he's probably the most major unknown factor now, really, isn't he? We don't really know anything about him. Yeah. Well, I mean, he sort of did rebel against his mother in the end times. I mean, they were not buddies in the end times. They were directly warring against each other. In Cain, in the Cain book for the end times. So, You know what? I'd actually almost like to see him be the one to truly work with Sigma. Like, I think because Teclis isn't working with Sigma properly, I'd like to see the whole light and dark come together, and you have like Sigma and Malarian be the two that actually end up working together. I think that would be like a cool thing to have. Is like have Shadow be the thing that sort of saves the heavens. It'd be an interesting way. Maybe, maybe not. Yeah. This could be an interesting story to tell. What's interesting though, no, we won't spoil it. There's a particular character that makes the shortest of short appearances in Marathi, in the Broken Realms book. That, well, his soul's still around, so who knows if we could ever see him. Yeah, definitely Tyrion and Malarian. And you know what? Gorkamorka as well. We don't actually know where Gorkamorka's gone. Um, yeah, I like the Discord in all the factions. There's definitely warring factions. No, don't make the ground. Death needs some of that. I do think the vampires are the ones to bring it, because Manfred and Ephraim are definitely the two most dubious, most likely to work for themselves. It's just vampiric nature. Yeah, that's sort of what I'm thinking. I'm like, they actually play off really well. Where the Stormcast are much too blunter an instrument to use, the Malarians, dudes, women, whatever, followers are the ones who play the shadow games. Death needs a hell of a lot. I still find Death the most boring faction when it comes to the narrative. I think there's not much depth. Their stories that they're in are great, but I don't think there's very much depth to the overall Grand Alliance. That's all just here's Nagash, and then here's Nagash's most trusted minions. Effects still do serve Nagash, just in a much more fearful manner than they actually fear him. They're just like the black sheep of the Death family. No one really likes them, except Manfred, who pretends to like them and then gets them to do what he wants. But yeah, so it would be interesting to see what comes of it. Oh, why would you not want a Charybdis? Charybdis are awesome. No, they're really not. I love Charybdis personally because they're scared privateer monsters, but they are horrible. I have 6 Hydras back in the cabinet there, actually. All built. I've got every variation of Hydra that's existed in that cabinet painted up. Played a game with 6 Hydras. They're terrible. Oh, nice. Like, yes, it's terrible in game, but it is a fantastic model. Although, we'll say the -3 bravery Charybdis in Anvil Guard is pretty sweet. It makes your opponent have to make some serious decisions on the game. That's fair. Like I like Order Serpentis too. I've also got cold ones. And a Black Dreadle and Black Dragon all built in there. My good friend Andrew plays Serpentis quite a lot. In fact, he took him to CanCon this year, just gone, and went really well with Order Serpentis. I think he went 4-2 with Order Serpentis, like almost exclusively Order Serpentis, Cities of Sigmar and Anvilgard. He's also an insanely good player. He will take the most narrative-focused list and then just crush you with it. He's a really, really good player. Oh. Excuse my terrible little belly fat there. Stretch and crack my back. Oh, that's better. Oh. Alrighty. Let's get back to painting these. We'll slowly make our way through the black. So you play Cities of Sigmar, but like Order Serpentis in general, or do you have any other armies, Mr. Gantner? If you're still there, Soren, what have you been working on lately, mate? Oh, Beast Claw, Soren. Yay. That'd be cool. I guess you could make some counts as models. You could make do some crossbow variations and turn them into like Dark Riders and stuff, maybe. I'm keen to try out my Drake spawn in Misthaven or Misthaven. Oh, nice. Pure Chaos Warriors. Love it. Painted up 20 Chaos Warriors. Yeah, I've got 20 painted up in Zinch color in the cabinet just behind me. I really enjoy painting Chaos Warriors. They're so simple to paint and just so rewarding. Definitely getting that chariot. I really like the idea of the idolators being able to have what do we call it? Just the Warcry Warbands' battle line is really cool to me. They're amazing models. Whether or not it's the most competitive, who knows? But I really like the models. So I think with idolators, I found the Slaves to Darkness army I want to do. Bongo, nice to see you back, buddy. Oh, nice. That's it. I'm just. Yeah, Spencer's cool. I've got a couple of cold one chariots. I got one of the one of the new ones, and two of the old ones that were put together. I really do like the Idolators rules, though. I think they're some of the coolest, most thematic. Are they top tier competitive? By no means. But do they give you something entirely different to play with? Yes. It is a brand new way. It is a way people have wanted to play with the army as well, like using cultists, using cool chariots. So people like to use cool models, and if you've just got decent enough rules, like the Idolators rules are decent enough, then I think you're winning. Yeah, I love the idea that like they like I like the idea of them as like lore wise of that they're like these idolizers that they're so reverently faithful they erect like shrines and temples. They're all priests, very faith based. Slaves to Darkness, which is cool because I've got like a magic wizard one, and why not have like a priest based one, which is really cool. I do think they're an interesting option that you didn't have before that can play a cool army that you wasn't as effective in other builds. No worries, Bongo. Have a good day, mate. Hope you get out of your lockdown soon. If I don't see you, we'll chat to you before then. Stay safe, buddy. Yeah. I believe he had a unit of 10, a couple of units of 5, a couple of Hydras. Double Black Dragon was the big thing in his list. I know that was like the big thing. I think he just had like a Bloodrack Medusa was his wizard that he brought along. Maybe a Sorceress as well. He definitely had Vitriolic Spray in there. And a couple of Chariots. But yeah, Double Dragon was and a big block of 10 Drakespawn were the big things I remember. That's definitely what I remember. It's a while ago. But yeah, they're definitely the thing. Double Dragon, block of 10 Drakespawn. I know one game he played, he got to remove Catacross start to finish. He got Vitriolic Spray off on Catacross. And a Black Dragon 8 Catacross in a turn. Hey, Johannes. Greetings from Germany. Dude, we're getting everyone here. All over the world. Hope you're doing well, mates. And greetings from South Australia. From South Australia, mate. In my traditional tongue. Or should I say, Guten Tag. I speak some German. I learned German in high school for a few years, so I know some basic German. Very basic. It would not help me at all in any situation except to say hello at different times of the day and count numbers. That's the extent of my German. Yeah. As for my love for Poland, Poland has. I hope I'm getting this correct because I'm a chef and I should. Poland is where borscht comes from, the cold beetroot soup, and I love beetroot. So Poland has my many thanks for creating the wonderful dish known as borscht. Yeah, I'm not even going to attempt to try and spell that. I don't know if you know, but like Australians love beetroot. We put it on like hamburgers and cheeseburgers over here, and it goes on like burgers and like sandwiches and stuff with like cold meats. It's rather delicious, like pickled beetroot. It's a thing we do over here. Yeah. What are you up to today, Mr. Johannes? Getting much hobby done? How is life going in Germany at the moment? See, I realized I recognized the first word of that what you said. The second word is completely lost on me. Not that good. Yeah, these should hopefully be on the channel soon. The idea is hopefully to get a bunch more Dark Elves done so we can start showing off Harkeron. I've got some Dark Riders and some Cold One Knights I want to do up so we can start doing Misthaven battle reports as well. And then I've also got 60 Liberators ready to get painted so we can show those. That broken battalion on the channel. Nice. Working on your Leviathan. That's awesome, man. Do love some Idoneths. I've got some Idoneths I need to paint up for my slow grow. I've got to build a box of thralls and paint them up soon. Man, I'm waiting on a YouTube to send me some information so I can finally extract ad revenue off the channel that we've earned over time, and I've got like 4 months now built up of stuff that I can't access because YouTube hasn't sent me this freaking piece of paperwork that I need to do. So it's just sitting there waiting. That is a Mega Gargant fund though, and we will be getting a Mega Gargant for the channel with that. Thanks to everyone watching the channel, there will be a Mega Gargant on the channel when we can get it happening. Because my mate Dan brought over his Mega Gargant. You might have seen on the channel. If you watch the Bat Rep, Dan brought over his Gargants. And so hopefully have one of my own to play around with because damn, that model's nice. Nice. I currently have an Icebrow for Frost Sabers and a Frost Lord on Thunder Tusk painted up for my ogres. I'm probably going to get that Ogre Battle Force. It comes out at Christmas. I think that's the one for me. But the KO one's just got another frigate. I don't need another frigate right now. If I was going to go for the all frigate, like the 7 frigate army, I might. But at the moment, I've got 2. They're not even painted. I don't really want the KO one. Although I could use a gun hauler, but I think I'd just be better either buying a gun hauler or getting a start collecting for a lot cheaper if I wanted another gun hauler for my cities. The Zinch one, I've just got so many Karak Acolytes as it is. Whoop. I just don't need that one. And what was the other one? Oh, the Gloomspite one. I'm not really into Troggoths. They're not my thing. I like Squigs and Grots. And I've got plenty of Squig Hoppers. That's my thing. I'd probably get it if it was more Troggoth. That's funny. Like, despite me saying I don't like them. But I don't have Troggoths. So I would probably more likely get it if it was more Troggoth, because then it would be models I hadn't painted up a ton of. But yeah, the ogre one's really cool. It's got a gargant, and it'll go into my Sons of Behemoth, and it's got lots of foot ogres, which I don't have a lot of. I've only got the stuff that comes in Feast of Bones, so I would have a spare one of that tyrant, but besides that, I wouldn't really have a lot of what's here. I don't have any Iron Guts. I've only got 2 Lead Belches because I've only got Feast of Bones, and I've only got like 6 Gluttons, and like I've got an extra cannon in there. Cheers, Soren. Finally getting back to trying to do stuff on Twitch. We'll see how it goes. It's just been a busy sort of time period for me where I've not been able to focus on many of them. Yeah. Yeah. Like, you know what? We all had things that we sold off from fantasy. I mean, I had Giant Half Army I got rid of. I'm probably not regretting it. But starting to do some Warhammer Fantasy stuff with a mate, I'm like, oh, that would have been cool to have to play against dwarves with. But I've still got a lot of my Wood Elves because I'll just never get rid of them. So we're going to paint up my Wood Elves for Warhammer Fantasy so we can do some Warhammer Fantasy on the channel, mainly because I'm really excited for when Old World does eventuate. Yeah, like that's it. It's just getting into the groove. Like I want to get back in the groove of streaming on a regular basis with painting. I got Shadow and Pain. It's a great box set, Soren. All the artworks as well. I've just give me a sec. Finally put up all my artwork. I'll show everyone. Give me a sec. Whoop. Hung up all my artwork. Back down we go. There's my pretty face. Sorry about the inertia. I'm inevitably causing a bunch of people here. But yeah, that is my favorite thing about the boxes they bring out at the moment is that you get all the cool pieces of artwork with them. Really, really enjoying that fact. I think it's a really cool, just little something little that makes just getting those boxes a little bit more cooler to me. I'm starting to go, oh, I really like the cover of that. I mean, it's also bad for my bank account because I'm like, oh, I really like that piece of artwork. And it sort of makes me want to buy the box more for like a piece of card with a picture on it. It's a really weird thing to want in the box, but I do. Yeah, that's fine. Like, again, it's not everyone's cup of tea, but it's really nice, especially just for me to. I've got a rather significantly large games room. I mean, the corner which you saw is literally a corner in my games room. I have big enough space in the games room that I can have a corner dedicated to my streaming area. Then we've got the same games room here is what I'm recording in, is where we do our bat reps as well. Like I've got the table, I've got that setup area, um, and all the models and terrain organized here as well. So I've got the space, and like it just makes the room that little bit more whole. It just decorates my room a little bit. So now we're just doing our base coat of all the red, which is all the non-cake cloth and the trim. Yeah, we're really lucky. We're in a 4-bedroom. I've got 2 kids as well. We've got a 4-bedroom, so this is like a rumpus room out the backyard. Uh, this dude's arm just fell off. Yeah, joy. Expected these models are like rescue figs. Yeah, you just got those. How many of yours are still home, Soren? I've got a 1 and 2-year-old, so mine's definitely are not leaving anytime soon. Yeah, my daughter's also autistic, so most likely she'll be here for a while. Well, shouldn't say. My daughter isn't confirmed to be autistic. We've got a lot of red flags and we're watching it. We're currently on the wait list to find out, though they're fairly confident that it's going to be a positive for it. But that is what it is. I'll change anyone who's seen pictures of my little girl. She is the best. Oh, I just got super glue all over my fucking finger. Oh, shouldn't have swore. That's gonna feel horrible now. Whoops. Super glue just exploded as I had to like twist it. Must have apologies for the square. Super glue just went everywhere. It's on my finger. Who here advertise these for kids? I'm allowed one. It wouldn't surprise me if they did, Siren. To be fair, on Facebook, I tell all my content is not for kids on Facebook. Exactly, Johannes. That's all that matters, man. Like for me as a dad, it's like very important. So I grew up without my dad. He's not someone that's in my life. I had my stepdad when I was later. So I grew up for a very long time in my life without a dad. So I know the importance of like having one for my children. Just being there all the time for them. I'm a chef. I swear a lot. You have no idea how hard it is to not swear every sentence on stream. I am very proud of myself at how well I can control it, considering how liberal I use it. Yeah, I almost imagine that would be worse than just not having the father like I did. Sucks, man. But I think for me, it's made me a better dad because I know how important that is. Like just that father figure is to a kid because I know what I missed out on, and I don't want my kids missing out on that. I've been a chef for almost 15 years since I was 13. I thoroughly enjoy what I do. Sort of, and I think that's the difference between a lot of chefs. You have the ones that are angry and hate their life that didn't want to be a chef, and it's all they really can go into because there isn't many. Besides learning how to cook, there's not many things you need to do beside it. So you have a lot of people that just sort of fall into the industry. Wow, that's wow, man. That's something, Soren. But hey, I'm glad we are all sharing these stories because I know the other day for me, it might still be that day for you all. I'm not sure whether it's International Men's Day. It is important to talk about these things with other men because guys don't talk like this enough. Also, Johannes, if you're not already men, I run a group called the Dadhammer Support Network on Facebook, where it's just a bunch of wargaming dads who just chat about dad stuff. It's like a dad group first, wargaming group second, but it's talking to people who understand your problems. So, when oh, your kid's sick, so you have to miss going to the tournament. No other dad gets how you're upset about that other than another dad. You got to look after your kid and you want to look after your kid because they're sick. However, the disappointment to not going to the wargaming thing that you want to go to, people don't understand that. So it's nice to just have a group that understand that it sucks that you can't go to this thing you want to go to. I understand because I also like that thing. But you can search up the Dadhammer Support Network on Facebook if you want, if you're not already a member. Good solid group. There's some good hobby. There's people sharing their kids doing hobby with them. Yeah, I think that's important. Just someone who understands. And Soren, I knew you were sick. I am really glad you're okay, man. You are a good friend, and I would be much missed to see you go from my life. Yeah, it does not sound like a fun time, man. Well, I'm glad you're definitely, well, by the looks of it, you are definitely on the mend. Yeah. We won't get into that COVID stuff because I recently had to remove someone from a local gaming group due to some stuff relating to that. Just responding to the wife for a sec. Oh wow, that's scary. I think that Yeah, man. Stress, like, I can't imagine like that. I get it. Like they say, the most stressful parts of like fatherhood are definitely the early years and when they start getting older, because that's when it gets harder for you because you can't do what you used to do for them anymore. It's yeah. They get the two most stressful parts are the ones where you don't think you can do everything you can do, and um, or when you can no longer do what everything for them. And so they're the most stressful parts of being a parent. Those middling years are generally the easiest, even though your kids are probably not the easiest, but you're still at a decent age where you can do stuff you've learned and you trust yourself more. Then it's those later years when age catches up with us all eventually. Um, or if you're in the area like me, where I'm right at the start, and I still second guess myself a lot as a father. Like, you can't help it. Oh, I should note, it is also Movember, which is for men's mental health. So everything the channel makes this month on YouTube revenue and stuff like that is being donated towards Movember for men's mental health. So if you watch a video, hang out on a stream, whatever you're doing, we're activating followers or channel subscribers soon. Yeah, all of that for this month will be donated towards Movember. Along with any money I make off Patreon and shirt sales. Pretty much anything the channel makes this month. Or Sinful Gaming makes this month will be donated towards Movember. No worries, Johannes. Thank you very much for dropping in, man. Hope to see you again soon. Not sure if you do. If you do have Discord, there should be a link in the video down below, or if not, there should be a link on one of the other videos. We can jump in the Discord server that we've got going. But thank you for watching along and for chatting, man. Been good. What are you up to today, Soren? Should be weekend over there. No. It's your Friday morning, isn't it, in Texas? Because you're behind us. No worries. Well, hope to see you on the Discord server, man. If the link doesn't work or anything, comment on the video somewhere, and I can send you a new link Discord, new link if that one doesn't work. It should though. Work. Yeah, so we recently went in lockdown here for like a couple of days. It turns out someone lied to the authorities about having or how they got their COVID. Hey, Kyle, nice to see you there, man. Kyle over on Facebooks. Dark Elves are coming along, man. Finished 10 Executioners, and we're probably halfway through base coding on 20 Blackguard. So I reckon I can probably finish these guys tonight, honestly. That'll be in a 3-day lockdown. I will have painted 50 models. Oh, joy. I hope that's not a giant quote for you, man. Yuck. And I know that's in American, so that's a lot of money. $850 US for a plumber quote. That's horrible, man. Like, I know that's a lot, and your wages aren't as high as they. Well, I don't know what you guys make, like what you make in your profession, but I know like your average wage is a lot lower than what it is in Australia. Okay, that's why it's costing so much. You can get double whammied by tradesmen. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I'm like, your wage in comparison to like the average wage is probably well above that average wage. Um, but yeah, but it's like when people complain in Australia, with like I know, average wage is really high. Yeah, no, that's fair. Um, yeah, if I'd been through your ordeal, I would definitely just be paying someone else to do it as well. Yeah, that sucks. Like, I know outside of chefing, like even in Australia, just being a tradie is so hard. It's so easy to get laid off. Um, as a chef, there's always work in my trade, and it's really easy to find work. Like, not talking myself up, but I have an impressive sort of CV when it comes to people because I started so young at 13. Um, in comparison, I've got like a CV of a chef that's a good 20 years older than me. I had my first head chef job when I was 21. I've run like big kitchens. I've run pubs. I've run and worked at some of the best restaurants in Australia. I've worked under like celebrity chefs. Um, I've worked for major chains, and so I've done pretty much everything there is to do as a chef. So what's really good about that for me is never not gotten a job that I've applied for ever. Um, So, yeah. What's really cool is I've now working at just like a cafe that's just like a 9 to 5 or 7 to 5 job. Cozy hours. About to open a new kitchen for them. It's really easy. It's stress free. It's nice hours for my family. And the new one's going to be really close to home. And like, just my CV makes it that I can go pick these easy jobs and I'll get them straight away because of my like resume. Which is really good. Not talking myself up there a lot, but I've put in the hard yards in my industry that I like. I can take it easy because I can still get a good wage. Make friends with all my suppliers though, because when I'm too old to work in a kitchen, I'll probably just go work as a supplier for some company. That's number one. If anyone ever listens to this and you're a chef or you want to be a chef when you're older, make friends with all the people that do your deliveries and all your suppliers and all your reps. Because when you're too old and your body can no longer be a chef, go be a rep or a delivery driver. Alrighty. That sounds good, man. I remember where me and the missus used to live when we first moved in together. I brought my Dalmatian around, and we started because I started sleeping over her place a lot more than like my share accommodation. So I brought my dog with me. She's a Dalmatian, and her shower wasn't great. Like the heater, it was like solar heating. So just during winter months, the water was not very hot for very long. But all of a sudden, it stopped being hot at all. And I just thought it was the thing being shit. And it wasn't until one day when I went out the back and was doing a bit of cleaning that I went around and saw the hot water system. My dog had eaten it through the piping, through the electric cord. I do not know how she did not electrocute herself and kill herself, but she'd bitten through the cord right near the power point. Bit piping, bent piping, just absolutely destroy the hot water system. Here I was, like, me and the wife had only been dating for, we hadn't actually moved in together. I'd just been sleeping at her house so much. I took my pet to her house because I was there so much at that point. You could say we were probably trialing and living together at that point. And yeah, she was one day I went out there and found like why it hadn't been working. I was like, oh shit. And so I had to call a plumber. It cost me like $360 out of my back pocket, and I had to pull out of nowhere because I'm like, I really don't want her finding out about this. But I ended up telling her what I had to do after I'd fixed it. And then, yeah, I had to build like a gate around the hot water system at the backyard because the dog would freaking eat it. Yeah, so Darkwing Covens. So I've painted and rebased now 30 Dark Shards. I've finished painting 10 Executioners. I've got 20 Blackguard here. Probably got some Dread Spears I can do up. I might be able to find another unit of Dark Shards in there, potentially. I managed to track down the 2 old Sorceress models from Fantasy, which will be fun, so I'll get painting them. And Hmm. Yeah, wherever you're watching along from, let us know what hobby you're working on at the moment. Um, Astral Tempest. Yeah, I just saw your the grape soda Stormcast man. Um, he looks nice, man. Um, definitely be some cool stuff to get done. Mr. Gantner, nice to have you back for a moment, man. Um, hope your day's going well for you. It wouldn't be like late morning, I would assume, in Europe at this point. Um, or potentially midday ish. What do I think of Doom Fireworks and Harkeron? Like they're a decent wizard. Like the ability just to put 6 mortal wounds out there is great. They're also really fast. 10 of them also pack out a surprising amount of attacks. You put that incitement to murder on them. Oh yeah, because that makes more sense. I sort of like when I think Europe, because mainly I watched like football. I always think like UK time. So yeah, it makes sense. You're a little bit further along than people in the UK are. Um, but yes, I think some Doomfire Walks from Silent Murder. I don't think they're bad. I think they'd be a solid option to take. Um, maybe I should paint some up and get them on the channel. Hey, that's because we're starting the members program on YouTube. That'll be something that I'm looking to add to when people sign up as members. They can start submitting army lists they'd like to see on the channel. Because I have a rather significant collection of models. So people might be able to submit an army list they want to see played on the channel. Whether just in some games or potentially in a narrative campaign that we do on the channel. Because we're looking at, should have our first one starting soon. It's 2 p.m. where you are. It is 11:40 p.m. where I am. Well into my night. But like I said, this is the last night of my last night I can stay up late. Although I'll probably stay up late. I'll probably get a nap and then wake up. Yeah, I think they would certainly work. They're definitely not going to be a main battle line unit, but I think a unit of 5 or 10 even as a flanking force will really be a good flanking unit. My issue is everything that's not a hag is not like, yeah. Hags are the things you're really wanting to bring because you really wanting to get that incitement to murder off. But yeah, I think that would be a solid option to take. Yeah, those hags are really nice when you're shooting units of dark shards and Blackheart Corsairs with crossbows. Yeah, so I found with Hakuron, I dropped out a wizard and only took one rather than two. When I was playing my game with them, I took one and then I took a hag, and then I took the ability for the general to do the prayer rather than be a wizard. I think the only spell, like, there's a lot of good spells in Hakuron, like, there's no doubt about it if you want to go down magic. I think they just play two different lists. If you're wanting to buff your own force, you go with priest. If you're wanting to debuff the enemy, you go with magic. I think the number one spell you try and get in there, though, if you're going to buff it, if you're going with hags, is you want to make sure you get vitriolic spray in there to try and get that off. If not, like, if you never get it off, just the threat of your opponent having to worry about being within 6 inches of that particular wizard, because they're going to make their armor save disappear, is massive. The threat that can cause, because that can go, your opponent can't go, oh, I can't charge this unit because then the wizard's in 6 inch, and if I don't kill them, they're going to kill me next turn. Because I'll be vitriolic sprayed, and then they're going to attack me back, and I can't do anything. I think that's an important part of playing the game. It's not necessarily what your army can do, or what your army does, it's what it can do. I've found a lot playing with, like, my Charybdis in my Scourge Privateers. Because he provides a -3, it means my opponent has to put characters near their units that have got low bravery, because they can't be taking battle shot tests. They have to be spending points, which means I can put my Charybdis in places against unit that yeah, because I've put my units out there, I can put the Charybdis and target one of my enemy's units, and he has to automatically drop a character near where that Charybdis is going to go fight, because if he doesn't, he's going to have -3 battle shot. So it means I only need to kill a few models to make those tests mean something. And just the ability to determine where my opponent puts a character is good in itself. Like, that in itself is worth the Charybdis' points to me. That ability to dictate the actual battlefield and where my opponent has to put stuff. But then also on the counterpoint, if they don't and they ignore the Charybdis, like so many people do until they start realizing, oh, that's -3 bravery. Like, obviously this doesn't work against, like, Bone Reapers, but like -3 is enough to kill. Like, to start making, like, death and bravery 10 units caring about taking a battle shot test. Sure, and once you've killed a few of them, they're suddenly actually losing models. Cities if Wanderers, I have a whole bunch of Wild Rangers. They are on the paint train. I love Wanderers. I mean, I love Elves. Wood Elves actually were my first models. They weren't my first army because when I started, Wood Elves didn't have their 5th edition book out. In that weird phase where they weren't really an army properly. But yeah, I can't wait to get some Living City. I really hope when we get Alariel that we get some Wanderers being able to take in Sylvaneth armies. I think would be a great one. I like this new way, and I think this might be the way we see allies go in Warhammer Age of Sigmar, where allies disappear, and it's these particular things can take 1 in 4, and it's very specific to certain builds. Because you just look at all the newer armies, and allies are disappearing. Bone Reapers have none. Gargants have none. Lumineth has only 1 in Ironeth. And like, you look at all the newer armies, and they just don't have allies. So maybe this is a way we're moving to the 1 in 4 rules. Which I don't think is bad. You look at cities and you look how it works, and it works really well. But yeah, it'd be interesting. Like, I really hope we see some Wanderer love. Yeah, I'll be painting up a Warhammer Fantasy Wood Elf army, as I mentioned, for to actually play Warhammer Fantasy with, which will be fun. No, I don't like the fact they deleted mercenaries either. What you'll find is I am a very narrative focused player. I talk in a lot of competitive terms, but narrative is always my first drive. I like to point out that just because I like narrative doesn't mean I don't know how to play a competitive game. If that makes sense. I think there's a lot of yeah. Yeah, I really like the Mercs, and I'm disappointed they disappeared. I would love to see them come back. Much the same as I'm pretty sure Anvil of Apotheosis will disappear next GHB. I really hope not. But the narrative content seems to be just getting cycled through. Yeah, I really hope we see more rules for Anvil. That is my biggest want for the next GHB. You've built a good thing here. Like the Anvil is awesome. Now please expand it. Make it more. You found something really great. Yep, yeah. Rules for like making chariot characters. Just yeah. I think the Anvil is a great idea. My tournament next year that I run, the Sinful GT, will definitely be including Anvil of Apotheosis. As long as they keep it in the GHB. And we talked about those idolators before. I really love the idolators. How many characters I made with it? So the thing I've liked doing with Anvil is I've liked grabbing my old like metal characters that no longer have rules in normal age Sigma and building up characters with them. So I made up cool rules for like an elite fleet master character as well because I've got a Lockyer Fellheart model that I use as my general. I probably should run that in some of the battle reports soon. I really should start using the Anvil characters in the battle reports. Yeah, so maybe I'll do that. I'll start running some Anvil characters in the battle reports for you. I'm just going to go second coat of black now on their cloaks. Because all I'm doing with their cloaks is I do like, if we can see this, do black, pure black cloak, and I do really bright highlights on them just to bring them out. It looks really cool. Really simple, really cool. No worries, Gantner. Catch you, mate. As one leaves, Bongo comes on. We keep missing each other. Yeah, Kyle, that is definitely a plan for our slow grow. There will be an Anvil month. Catch you again soon, man. Like I've said to everyone, there should be a link to the Discord in the server in the video description. If you're not already in the Discord, jump on the Discord, say hello, and keep up to date with everyone in there. And I'm in there a lot, and hopefully chat to people. Got some really cool community members in there. Bongo, you keep trying to get in. Is it not working for you? If it isn't, give me 1 sec. I'll post a link in the comments. That sucks. Hopefully you can sort that out because most of the videos should have Discord links things. So if Discord won't let you register, you might have to try and sort that out as to why. But you'll definitely be able to find links once you've got that sorted. No, there is not a subreddit. I don't use Reddit at all. Sorry, man. I have zero idea what I'm doing on there. If not, we're on Facebook. Maybe I should make a subreddit for Sinful Gaming. See how that goes. But yeah, Discord is the main thing I use. I just, yeah. I have zero idea about Reddit. Sorry. Anyway, what are you up to today, Bongo? What keeps you disappearing? So we're just re-layering these cloaks, just making sure that black is nice and thick. And then we'll probably go. I've got a few little areas I've got to do with black again. Got to pick out like the straps around the body and stuff like that. And then after that, we'll probably get the skin done. We'll put the brass in. Yeah, so those watching, ask this before to people. What are we hoping for from the reveals tomorrow night? What do you want to see? What are you most excited for? What do you most want to see? Have people checked out that new little picture that dropped? It's an interesting one. It's a very interesting new picture that's just popped up. Noise marines in plastic. Hey, like, man can dream, Siren. Man can dream. Be interesting to see what they bring up for Death Guard, because obviously they got rid of a few of their characters when Dark Imperium disappeared. So whether or not we're going to just get a repackaged Dark Imperium set as 2 starter sets, like what they did with the old Age of Sigmar starter set, or if we're actually going to get like new sculpts for the Death Guard characters that disappeared. Arnold Digans. I have been painting Darkling Coven's models, Dark Elves. So I'm currently working on some Blackguard. I just finished some Executioners. And the other day I finished some Dark Shards. Been on a hobby bender painting up Dark Elves. Because Hakuron is the coolest. And so now we're just going to do some black, and we're going to pick out a few different things. What the hell is that? That's headphones. It's like a weird bit of foam underneath my foot. I was like, that feels yuck underneath my toe. These are for Warhammer Fantasy. Sorry, not for Warhammer Fantasy. Warhammer Age of Sigmar. They are older models, yes. But yeah, they're definitely for Cities of Sigmar in Age of Sigmar. Dark Elves are also in AOS. The only one that really survived in a massive way. Wood Elves are sort of half there. High Elves are all but replaced now by the Lumineth, but Dark Elves are still there. In nearly, I think the only Dark Elf models that disappeared are the Shadow Warriors, Shades are the Dark Elf ones, and yeah, that's it. All the rest are still around. We'll be working on a Warhammer Fantasy army soon, though. We'll be working on a Wood Elf Warhammer Fantasy army. We are going to do a campaign of Battle of Pine Crags. So that'll be fun. I haven't played fantasy in a long, long time, and I'm really looking forward to it. Really excited for the old world to come out. Just give me something different to do. Like, I think I enjoyed playing lots of different games. I enjoyed playing I really find Warcry and Underworlds and all them enjoyable. Some close-ups, sure can. So let's see whether this one's working. This is one of the executioners we worked on this morning. It's terrible. That bloody camera. And so we've gone for a nice, very stark contrast on the back for the color. Black. Lighting is terrible at the moment. Something we need to improve on, but these are the Blackguard at the moment. Oh, that's a much better place to put them. They're just getting their base coats down, so we just finished the black on the cloth. Black and red, and now we're just picking out some straps with black as well. Yeah, the Executioner swords just are awesome. Not here for any fantastic painting tutorials from me. I'm just here to paint and chat with other hobbyists. That is my goal. Give everyone someone to chat to, especially in these current times. Yeah, no. Never be, fantastic painter. I am colorblind as all hell, so there is limits to my painting ability. Maybe one day we'll get a better computer that can handle some more quality lighting. At least I'm painting, you're just watching. So where'd you jump on from, man? Where'd you find the links? Or have you been subscribed to the channel for a little while? Whereabouts in the wide world are you joining us from? Yeah. But yeah, especially if you're into Warhammer Fantasy, I am an old Warhammer Fantasy player myself. If you can't tell, hence the square bases on these models. They're going to get converted to rounds, but yeah, I'm an old Warhammer Fantasy player. Played Fantasy for many a year. Oh, nice. Netherlands. Man, we've had everyone from all over Europe at the moment. I've had Poland, I've had Germany, I've had the UK, now Netherlands. Awesome. Yeah, still at it. It's the last day or last night that I get to sort of stay up because this lockdown ends here tomorrow night. So, um, oh, I know you're from Texas, Soren. Yeah, we've had Texas, we've had USA, for those who don't know, UK, Texas, Germany. Had some of my buddies here from Australia earlier on. They've all gone to bed because they're all responsible. No, that's completely awesome. Awesome, man. That's great that you're back at it. Warcry is a fantastic game. I really thoroughly enjoy Warcry. Two Kings back in the day. Sons of Behemoth as well. Awesome, man. Like that is the cool thing I like about AOS. Like now that we didn't get in fantasy, is just like the vast differences in armies that we have now. I mean, I like Tomb Kings, but they were just vampire counts with an Egyptian theme, except obviously all the constructs. But like the elves weren't very different from each other. They were just sort of. The elves weren't very different from each other in fantasy. I mean, they just sort of lived in different places and they're all sort of similar. I really like with how they've gone with the elves in AOS, how they all so fundamentally different. That's not to say I don't like fantasy anymore. It will always be good to me. I grew up with it. It's funny though. I have seen like people posting like old models from books and the pictures in like the groups and going like, "What's this model?" And you're like, "Oh, you God, are we at that point of AOS now where people are starting to figure out what an Archmage on Dragon is?" Like, they're actually getting those people now. We're starting to get people that have never seen fantasy, and it's an interesting place to be in. Really makes you feel old. I say that as like, I know there's someone in the chat that's like, oh, probably quite a few years my senior. Yeah, like I get that. Like I play Wood Elves, and the big reason why I'm doing up the fantasy army is because the vast majority of Wood Elves are now not a thing. that's a positive way to look at it. So, did you sell off your Tomb Kings then? I'm guessing. I know there's people who pay a pretty penny. No worries, Soren. Have a good day, man. Nice. So yeah, that's how you can afford those gargants then, is it? Those gargants that are a little bit expensive, to say the least. No worries, Bongo. Go see if that sand is dry, man. Yeah, I know. As an army, it comes out about the same cost-wise all over. It's just that initial start to buy that first model for the army is steep. They're not terribly they're not as overly expensive as some are making. I will say that they're probably a little bit above what they should be, would say, but they're not massively over the top, as some people say. Yeah, no, I bet that did. See, I'm in the lucky situation where my wife is a gamer as well. She understands my passion for this. It takes just making sure you balance things. You want to spend some money, you let your wife buy something nice for herself, you let her go buy some makeup or some perfume and stuff, and she's generally pretty happy. As long as I don't go, oh no to her wanting to buy something, I generally can buy what I want. Give a little, take a little. Simple lives we live. Yeah, no, you can find some really cool online deals. We've got a few retail, like my local store. If you order pre-orders, we get 10% off, which is cool. Like I like that a local store will do that because it makes it easy for me to support them. Yeah, I think that's a sensible way to start, Arnold. Um, um, my plan for that is because I have a lot of armies that I use across the channel. So I'm probably going to buy a 1 mega to start with. I'll build up the Kraken Eater because Destruction and Order are the main two armies I play, so I'll have an ally for them to start with. Then I'll probably buy the Chaos one next. And then the Death one last, and I'll have all 3 megas. And then I can just buy a couple of Man Crushers. If you're going to do that, I would strongly suggest, if you don't already know, to build the War Stomper first, because he works really well with 9 Man Crushers. Yeah. For me, maybe it's my love of Scourge Privateers and love of pirates, but I definitely am going Kraken. The Taker tribe. I really enjoy the idea of the Kraken Eaters. I love the Kraken Eater model. I love the idea that the Taker tribe can punt objectives around the board and actually change their points value of them. Forgot to paint a bunch of gloves on these guys. Bloody hell. Um, Yeah, what is your actual favorite? Is like model wise, what is your favorite Gargant model wise? For me, it still is the Kraken Eater. I absolutely love the Kraken Eater model. For me, it's the most like the old Gargants that I personally really like. It's that lumbering, dopey brute look that I personally really am fond of. Oh. Yeah, no, that's fair. The Gatebreaker. But I do think they're all cool. For me, though, it's just I think the Kraken Eater looks the most like the old Gargants, and that's why I like him. Oh yeah, that is a Gatebreaker. So 2 for Gatebreaker, nice. I'm outnumbered here in my views. Anyone else watching, feel free to chime in with what your favorite Gargant is. Yeah, like I love that rule. That's a big reason why I like the idolators in Broken Realms Marathi. They can do the same thing, smash up terrain. I believe theirs only works on faction terrain. Bongo, Kraken Eater. Cool. Man of good taste, I see you there, Bongo. They're both on the back, so what does it for you? Yeah, no, that's fair. Do like him a lot. Oh, very nice. First time you're ever basing a model. Awesome, man. I hope it goes well. All right, give me 1 sec. I will be right back, everybody. I'm quickly going to pop for a toilet break, and I will be right back with you all. Barbecue. I wait for 5 minutes, and you're calling me an alien. That's really hurtful, Bongo. It's just nasty. Just nasty. Calling me an alien. I have feelings too, you know. To spell Australians too, for everyone's note, you just spell Australia and then IANS. It's because you wrote Australians or Australians. Just making a joke. It's all good, man. But yeah, so now we're just putting all the skin color down. Not a lot of it. Just picking out all the faces of everyone. There'll be one model where there's a lot of it because he's got no helmet on. We'll probably put the base down for the other colors. We've got to put the base down on the hair, and then we've got to put down the brass and the wood, and then we can start putting washes down. Be right back. No worries, Arnold. I'll see you soon, mate. Yeah. Oh. So, speaking of Warcry before, what do we reckon we might see? Do we reckon we might see a new warband for Warcry? Get revealed at all? That could be an interesting thing we might see. For Warcry, because we've got the reveal coming up this weekend, do you reckon we might see a new warband shown off for the new season of Warcry this weekend? Might see some Warcry stuff maybe. And if we did, what would you like to see? What would you like to see for Warcry? So there's a reveal show coming up this weekend. There might be some Warcry stuff shown off maybe. If you could get a warband in Warcry, what would you like to get? For me, I'd love to see a Kurnothi Warcry warband. Give me some more Kurnothi models because Kurnothi are freaking awesome, and I want to see more of them. Because obviously we've got the Kanite Shadow Stalkers that come out in Warhammer Warcry Catacombs. And we've had the Signs of the Flame finally be released. I'm wondering what we'd like to see. Yeah, no, like, yeah, it might not happen. I'm just asking a question. If it did, what would you like to see? And Bahamut, Sons of Bahamut, like, that would be cool. Maybe they might not be a Warcry warband, but you could see them as monsters that you could take, or some particular, like, a cool mission. Like, you could write an entire book worth of missions, I think, on Sons of Bahamut. Mike and Ganter. Yeah, pure Cav warband would be awesome. Be really cool. Yeah, could see half giants. That's cool. That could be cool. Like, that's the thing I like about Warcry and Underworld is that they can explore the little corners. Oh. There's a freaking little spider on my desk. I hate spiders. That thing needed to die real quick. Calm down, Luke. It's just a little spider. I really don't like spiders. Yeah, we've got Underworlds. We know are going to be Slaanesh versus Lumineth is the starter box for Underworlds. So Hey, Jerome. Nice to see that. I am currently painting. I'm currently painting some blackguard for my Caesar Sigma army, in particular Hakuron. Yeah. I live in Australia and I do not like spiders. Yeah, it's a great combo. To be fair, like, um, yeah, most of the worst spiders do not live where I live in South Australia. We got snakes here. They're just as bad. But yeah, that's the worst thing about Australian wildlife is that in other countries they have like big things. So like America is always one that likes to go, oh, but we have big scary animals that can rip your limb from limb. But that's cool. Yeah, you have mountain lions and bears and wolves, but you can see them coming. You can physically see those animals. The difference is, no matter what you do, you can't see that spider or snake or scorpion. Oh, nice! You got the Broken Realms box. That's awesome. That is a really cool box. I have my dread. Well, I have my one right here. Yeah, nah. Arachnox get screwed. Those things are nightmare fuel. I'm glad my hobby room's not like near my bedroom, because if I woke up and there was an Arachnorock near me, I'm pretty sure I would smash the model. So now we're gonna. Yeah, that's exactly it. Or snakes. Yeah, that's the worst thing about Australia. Like, our deadly wildlife, you don't see it. That's what makes it bad. We also like. There's this one. So Australia has 9 of the 10 most deadliest snakes in the world live in Australia. Right. One of them is this thing called a deaf adder, and yes, I mean deaf as in DEAF, because the snake is deaf. Now, normally when you're walking around, snakes actually get out your way because they hear you and they run away, knowing you're this big creature. They actually run away. Most snakes are not aggressive unless you're walking near a nest, obviously, which most snakes don't actually make nests in open ground. So most of them just run away and you never deal with them. However, there's this thing called a deaf adder in Australia, and the snake is freaking deaf. It can't hear. So therefore, it doesn't hear you when you're walking. So instead, you step on it and then it bites you. And it's also in the top 5 most deadliest snakes in the world. Or another great one. 3rd most deadly snake in the world is called the common brown snake. Common. Let's just remember that word. That is one of the deadliest snakes in the world, and it is called a common snake. Australian wildlife is messed up. Yeah. Wait, don't you be talking bad about Vegemite. Them's fighting words, Jerome. Them's big fighting words there. You take that back. Or another great one. One of our animals is the only animal on the earth to have a stronger jaw per pound jaw strength than a crocodile, and that's the Tasmanian devil. Their jaw per pound, like per their pound, is 10 times stronger than that of a fully grown adult crocodiles. That's this thing that's about the size of a smallish dog. Vegemite is delicious. I do like Nutella as well, though, so we can agree on that. Sort of. They are very vicious. So when you're like handling Tassies, so I have a friend who's a zoologist. She works at a zoo. She works with the marsupial section, of which Tasmanian devils are a marsupial. You have to wear double-layered chainmail gloves because they will bite your fingers off clean through just by nibbling. That's how powerful their jaw is. Not just a single layer of chainmail, you have to have double-layered chainmail gloves to handle them. They can eat anything. They can eat bones and all. They literally crush them. They can eat anything. They're actually, they've been seen to eat metal and eat rock. It's ridiculous. Tassie's really good farmland. Some of the nicest Australian produce comes from Tasmania. Tasmanian salmon is delicious. They have really good like cheese farms down there as well, and dairy farms, funnily enough. It's also the home of Cadbury chocolate. The main Cadbury chocolate factory is in Tassie. Yeah. Some really cool like wildlife in Australia, like going out of like deadly stuff, even just like the cool stuff. So you have things like numbats, which are adorable, and they're like marsupial anteaters. Yeah, that's a joke. Tassie is a yeah. They get those jokes. Everything down here is on. Oh, not everything actually. Dingoes aren't the only non-marsupial because they were actually brought over with the first Aboriginals to travel to Australia. because it's believed the Aboriginals came here during the Ice Age on ice bridges from places like Sri Lanka. Actually share the most genome with Sri Lankans. Just interesting little facts. I'm a bit of a history nut if this isn't becoming clear, and I like general knowledge. Knowledge is power. But yeah, the dingoes aren't actually native to Australia. There are some interesting things in British wildlife. I particularly think the cuckoo bird is really interesting. It's one of probably the most interesting thing. I like the idea, the whole Uh, there you go. Yeah, unless you're a bird watcher, like British birds are really cool. Cuckoo birds are just just a outrageous idea that that's what they do. What they do is what they do. One of my favorite wildlife documentaries is Sir David Attenborough, and he's one of the cuckoo birds. Yeah, seals are cool. Do you find your sharks really interesting? What is it? The basking shark. It's really cool. It's a giant monster of an animal. I mean, I'd rather have those sharks than our sharks. Our sharks are not cool. We have sharks in rivers in Queensland. Speaking of sharks, I do need to get some for my own Neptune. I think I might pick up that box. Yeah, filter feeding sharks. Yeah, the basking shark is really interesting. I mean, it's like a smaller whale shark, really. In Australia, we've just got massive monster sharks. We've got great whites, got bull sharks, which live in the river of a major city in the country that goes around into the city. We have sharks in our city. Yeah, I think the Dark Oak one was probably always going to be the most popular. I think it's got a dragon, but let's not make any. Like, it's a dragon that's going to sell. That's a great selling point. The Chaos one is boring. It's just 3 chariots. The Idoneth one is interesting with sharks, but that's, and then what's the other one? The Stormcast one. People don't want that Stormcast one. Stormcast one is probably the least cool one, I think. Like, for the past 2 seasons, we've had this massive shark come up down the southern beaches of Adelaide. He's been a 7.6 meter great white, and he just shows up, and that's massive. 7.6 meters long. This shark. It'd be amazing to know like how old that shark is to be 7.6 meters. It's just such a monstrous creature at that big. Yeah, I think like the problem with that is the narrative battalion, and the better battalion is the non-narrative version where you can take like different units. Like Castigators just don't work in that battalion. Oops. Yeah, I've asked this for all the people that have jumped on Jerome. What would you like to see in the previews coming up tomorrow? Alright, I've got 2 base coats left to do after this and the washers, and then we might call it a night once the washers are down. But still a little bit while to go. Got 2 more base coats down to go. We'll see how we go. Yeah, so for me, I think we might there's potential we might see a new what's coming next for Warcry, a new Warcry warband. They revealed the Chameleon Skink, so I reckon we might see the Seraphon warband for Underworlds, like the whole warband, which would be cool. Definitely, I would almost guarantee we're going to see the next Broken Realms book. Whether or not we get an in-depth look is another thing, but we're definitely going to at least see the cover of it, I would say. And Slaanesh, I hope we are getting Slaanesh Immortals. Hope so much we're getting Slaanesh Immortals because I don't need another army, but I would be so down for Slaanesh Cultists. I've got the Shadow and Pain there that I'm really looking forward to building and painting up. The Slaanesh half of that. Oh, nice. Yeah. I'm all into Underworlds. I've picked up pretty much everything from the previous 3 seasons. I know you can't use it all. Well, you can't use it all in competitive. Need a bit of a smaller brush. What is my main Underworld Warbands? Kanothi, definitely. I can't say I've played an awful lot of it, man. I picked up a bunch of the old stuff cheap probably about 3 or 4 months ago. And now I'm painting it all up, and I'm really going to start getting into it. I'll probably actually start doing some bat reps on the channel of it soon once the new edition comes out. At this point, I'm just waiting for the new edition, and I'll get into it with the new season of it. Onto the bone. Yeah, I've got Rackar Flesh here going for the hair, which would be a very similar color to what I did the masks on my Executioners, just trying to keep that color in theme, which means I'll probably do this Rackar Flesh on like hair schemes for like my sorceresses as well, just to sort of make this spot color tie in everywhere. Yeah, I'm really hoping we get more Konothi. I think if we got more Konothi, I think my Sylvaneth would be a lot more higher on my priority list. Probably almost number one. The thing is, though, like if they weren't planning those Konothi as a full army, they are now. The amount of just excitement and positivity that came out when those Konothi were shown off was insane. They went nuts. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to Yeah, you could easily do that, man. Arnold, I don't see a reason why it would matter. I'd probably just make sure they're armed with, say, hand weapons rather than spears or the bows. Because Nobbars don't have spears, they have just hand weapons most of the time. I don't see an issue with that at all. I don't think anyone would have a problem. Oh. Yeah, I don't see why anyone would have an issue with that at all. Yeah, and the deer aesthetic for the Konothi is just fantastic. Yeah, I don't see why anyone would have a problem with that, Arnold, at all. Sounds like a cool idea. To give all your ogres hoods, paint them up as Moon Clan ogres. Nice. I've got plenty of them laying around. Oh, Saga's coming along nicely. Well, that's good, man. Go back and touch on my metal on these. After. think you're going to start your 40k army soon. What are you going to start for 40k, man? I've got some 40k sitting over there that's in the paint line. I've got an Eldar army. What are you thinking of for 40k? The Gorgon and Sargor both are amazing. I do agree there, Jerome. Got a little crusade force of Eldar sitting there, ready for some paint. Admech all the way, awesome. So I have probably about. I got 15. Well, I've got the 1,500 points of Serpentis. Oh. Yeah, about 1,500 points of Order Serpentis. I've now probably got about 1,000 points of Darkened Goblins painted up. I've got a full 2,000 point army of Scourge Privateers painted up. And I've got a few Shadowblade models here and there painted up as well. But then unbuilt, and then I've got a 2.5. I've probably got about 3,000 points worth of Daughters of Cain that need to get painted up. Probably got a few more Order Serpentis units that can get painted up. Probably another 750 points worth of Order Serpentis. Probably about the same amount of Shadow Blades. I've got a bunch of Dark Riders I've got to paint up. I got a whole new Scourge Privateer army, so I've got a brand new 2,000 point Scourge Privateer army I've got to paint up. I've got my dragon as well. My sorceress on Black Dragon as well to paint up. I have a lot of Dark Elves. I have a lot of models in general. No worries, Arnold. Lovely to chat, man. Probably be here again tomorrow night while we chat about the reveals. Oh, I've got Lumineth as well, man. I've got Lumineth. I've got a giant Wanderer's Force as well for Cities of Sigmar. I've got Daughters of Cain as mentioned. And I've even got some Idoneth. Elves are just cool. I like elves. I am an elf person. Elves are my jam. And yeah, AdMech are awesome. I really love the new stuff that came out. The very I would almost say Da Vinci-esque inspired stuff. Minotaur person. If they, yeah, no. I mean, Minotaur's cool. They need to bring back squats. I mean, well, technically they have got a squat back. There is a squat bounty hunter in Necromunda. I mean, we have squats, sort of. We've got them in AOS. We got a character in Overlords. They are literally squats. Oh, yeah. We've got it down. All right, guys. My eyes are starting to get dreary. That's going to have to be the end of tonight. I'm getting tired. It is 1:30 a.m. here in Australia. So that's going to be it for tonight. I will be back tomorrow night, though, watching those reveals. So see you all again then if you want to come join and watch the reveals with me. But thank you all for watching. Please don't forget to leave a like on whatever platform you're watching on. And also subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. All that means the world. But stay safe all, stay well, and most of all, keep fighting that war against the grey. I'll see you all again real soon, okay? See you tomorrow night. Ciao for now.